Good evening, everybody. A very late start tonight, but I'm I'm here. I wasn't expecting to do Outlast Trials again. There's a couple of reasons why I want to tonight. So one, it's not bad for me in terms of getting the dailies done, but I mean, there's a lot of different ways that I can do that. Sorry, I'm just pouring. To give you an idea of what a day it's been, I bought a coffee on my way home. I think for the most part, I have completely screwed up being a grown up. I the most recent bit of evidence for this was I like a couple of my light bulbs in my bathroom went out, and I have three of them in there, so one's like, okay, I should probably look into fixing it. Two, it's like, okay, like you should have fixed this before, but like this could not be a bigger signal that yeah, go and try and find some other light bulbs. And of course, I've had 2 days of taking a shower in the dark and like shaving in the dark, and one of the many signs of screwing up being a grown up, right? But what was so frustrating, I think it was yesterday. So I go like, okay, fine, I'll go get the light bulbs. I can't do this forever, presumably. Sorry, I just gotta get the game properly set up. You have 41% of times till I leave. I have no idea what that means, but welcome, Schmendy. Sorry, Schmendels. I think I screwed that up last time you were here too. Um, what was I gonna say? So I go. There's like a dollar store not too far away from where it was like raining and kind of gross out, so I like walking in the rain, but I don't like walking in the rain when it's still basically winter weather in the city I live in. So, oh, they got a new outfit for. I didn't know they changed it. Should have waited to buy my coins. Yeah. Anyway, so I shouldn't make this story too long, but there's a foot of snow outside here. Good lord. It's starting to like it was warm enough, quote unquote warm. I mean, it was like -8 today, but Celsius for those of you who use the Fahrenheit system. But yeah, so whatever. It's like, it clearly I need to like get a light. So I go to like near a dollar store. Oh wait, no, my apologies. What I did was at the end of the workday, I go to like just a store that I normally get some groceries from because it's on the way. Get some lights there, then go to find out that they're not the screw-in kind. They're a different kind. So it's like, okay, fair enough. That's on me. Obviously, I didn't change them. Probably should have checked that ahead of time. But okay, so go find the right type. Don't exactly want to go to the place which is near work because it takes me like an hour to get to work. Go to the dollar store nearby. No, plenty of light bulbs, none of which have the base that I'm looking for. Okay, well, it's a dollar store. Can't expect everything. Go to the closest grocery store, which is like, I don't know, 15 minutes, half an hour. Yeah, my last bulb burned out. So like I said, the reason why I told it this way, this is just evidence that I've screwed up being a grown up, because like I have three bulbs in the bathroom light, so it's like one of them goes out. Okay, go get some replacements, right? Two of them goes out. It's like, clearly this was irresponsible, but fortunately you have one more. this is the sign to go and get some new lights. I think the worst thing is that third one lasted so long. But anyways, finally goes out. Bought, I still have the screw-in ones. So dollar store doesn't have it. Go the long walk in the rain and of course I forgot to bring an umbrella because I thought I was just going to go to the dollar store. It wasn't going to be that long. Go to the larger place. Also has plenty of light bulbs. Actually, probably has the same ones in the dollar store, just they cost more. Doesn't have the socket I'm looking for. Or I guess socket is the thing you put them in, but doesn't have the part that I'm looking for. So it's like, okay, guess I'm showering and shaving in the dark today, which I did. So finally, there's like a Canadian Tire, not near, but like walkable from work. Finally get them. And even then, there's like not even a selection. There's like one that isn't intended for like outdoor light. I don't know if like this is just a rare thing or they don't keep them in stock or whatever. But anyway, finally get this. Finally have them signed up. But that was one of the many things. But yeah, so all of that whole song and dance, I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm getting a coffee on the way home. Long day, so on and so forth. Getting ready to stream, I put the coffee that I had a little bit left over. Put the coffee that I had down on the kitchen counter. Did some other stuff to get ready. Didn't even think about it again. Go to make the coffee. Already, ground the beans, kettle's boiling. I look down beside the coffee press that I just emptied and cleaned. There is the cup of coffee that I didn't even finish. So I am now finishing like a half cup of lukewarm coffee with a now full French press of hot coffee just waiting to be consumed. That is the kind of day I have had. So, I need to decide what I want to do. So, there's a few things that I can do. First of all, we've got the resort. So I got standard done. So ideally I would do intensive next for an A+. I do want to work my way up to psychosurgery, but I'm fine sort of waiting it out, let's say. Yeah, well, it's the bathroom, right? It's not like I stream in the bathroom, and I don't drink coffee in the bathroom either. So, but we'll make it. We'll make it work. So I'm thinking maybe what I'll do. I'm happy to take recommendations in terms of the order to do this all in, but I do want to try and get an intensive on Solve the Murder. I do want to do the television studio at some point. We'll do it introductory because unfortunately there was an error that came up and I wasn't able to finish it last time. Usually if it kicks me out because of an error, I never get back in the... I've never actually had it let me go back into the session. This is Outlast Trials. This is a gross horror co-op game. And then I have rebirth tokens, and it occurred to me I've not shown anybody the single player rebirth. But I think I have an idea about what I'm gonna do. So I want to ping enemies with the X-ray rig 500 meters while running and unlock 3 containers. So I can do some of those in the intensive. Yeah. I should maybe just warn, this is kind of violent. But let's do this. Solve the Murder. MK challenge, 1 to 4 players, 15 minutes. You are the fetishist whose obsession with totems of violence allows you to define more convenient truths. Find the evidence to condemn our chosen killer, and we will let you out. Also, I can do some of the lore in a bit. So one of the reasons I'm not doing the rebirth quite yet is it doesn't count. It doesn't count towards your tasks. I actually don't know why that is. It's a little annoying, but. Please tell me I loaded up the X-ray. Yes, I did. So I think I probably have to, like, properly ping the enemies.
You are the lamb, but you are also the shepherd. In a world of belief, there is no difference between the rule and the ruled. You are the meat. You are the carnivore. Let the therapy make you strong.
An MMO horror game. Yeah, I don't know how that would work either. This one does have a PvP element, which I don't participate in. But this one... So the Outlast series is a single-player series, but this one is a co-op game, which is quite well done. And specifically, it works quite well as a... like, it's a good multiplayer translation of the single-player experience. So in this area here, I am at the risk of the cold. I'd prefer if I can. Alright, so this is the secondary objective. I want to make sure that I do that where I can. Okay, right leg and ahead. Rolling pin. So here I need to follow the blood trail. Alright. The baddies in the area. At this point I'm just kind of going for it. Alright, that's weird. I've never seen that happen before. So I'm going to be distracted from chat for a little bit, but... I better find some warmth.
Look at me. You see that?
Okay, that doesn't count.
You see that?
Oh, crap. Alright, that was bracing. Unfortunately, there's two problems here. I think first one, I gotta warm up. So I gotta find the path again. Oh, Lily is back. And I need to get my warmth again. Yeah, so basically there's a couple things I need to do. I need to find the propaganda posters as the secondary objective. This particular mission, I need to find the clues to the murder. The plot for this is basically that I am a test subject. Oh. Alright, so the big guy's gonna chase me again after doing this. Oh no, that's a bad sound. Oh boy. Okay, so at this point I kind of need to beat feet because there is an unstoppable enemy chasing me down. Oh shit. Alright, so now, in addition to the unstoppable enemy, there's one of the main, like the what's known as the prime asset. Okay, so I can't let this thing catch me because that's an instant kill. Okay, so rolling pen iron. I think it's the bell, 5. I'm gonna try something dumb. Oh shit. So the big problem here is that there's the big enemy chasing after me. And then the other big problem I have here is I need to find a way back into the... Okay, that's the big bad.
This isn't a sanctioned killing. It's just gonna keep happening until you
God damn it. That's one of the features of the level, Schmendels. So this is the second from highest difficulty that I'm playing on, which is one of the reasons why I'm sort of running around. Being a scaredy cat. But I kind of get to reset.
Somebody's got to hunt down the guilty party.
So I'm going to start by hitting the generator again. And where I can... Oh, that's not good. All right, well. I need to find... Anyway, yeah, sorry. I think I'm doing a very poor job of explaining...
This neighborhood used to be so nice.
Explaining the game, but...
You got to find the killer.
Yeah, the main idea here is that I am being experimented on, kind of pushed past... Good lord. I think there's a couple daytime areas. What do you mean, nothing to report? Okay, so I want to be a little careful about... Alright, I'm gonna... be a little smart about this one. Oh, right, I gotta open some containers. I need lockpicks for that, though. So I actually don't have to worry that much about this enemy. As long as I have a bottle in my hands. Okay, so I gotta look for the one with a missing head and a missing right leg. That's the one, so 1 and 5, and then I just need to find the room. Okay, now I have a special ability that lets me skip that once. Oh boy. All the statues have a skeleton specifically to make me, yeah, specifically make me not be able to tell the difference between the real Lilia and the one that's lying in wait. So if you watch, she's gonna sneak into that area. They all move slightly, but only one of them is like a threatening enemy, like what I'm dealing with here. So again, I'm gonna try and sneak around. Oh shit. So what I did last time, I used this for... Actually, you know what? Oh. She made good time. Problem is here, I don't know which, if any of these are the real Lilia. It's like my best bet here is to just go for the heat. That'll hopefully give me some time to think. And in particular, try and find the trail again. Yeah, so this is a bit of a problem. I've lost the plot in terms of where I should be going. Okay. I don't agree with nothing to report, but... Son of a bitch! So at this point, I'm just as happy to God damn it. Okay.
Get back here.
I need to establish this is the right path, though. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. There is a chance that I'm following the wrong path here.
Whoever seems to be here, let them hear. The secret of the
Alright, so I gotta find a way to deal with the cold, but I'm gonna be so sad if this isn't the right path. Please go left. Okay. Gotta watch out for the night vision guy. Alright, this is a bit inconvenient for them, so...
And I'm gonna watch you die.
It's like the future's here already.
I'm gonna watch you die.
Run if that's what you need to do.
Okay, in theory, that means room 1. But in a perfect world, I'm also going to be able to unlock one more case. So let's see if I can find it. And it does say unlock a container, so the locked door is not going to cut it. Oh, also, if you jump easily, don't pay attention to that box thing that just happened. I am good at video games. I am not good at video games. So I wouldn't be surprised if Lilia was somewhere around here.
It's one of those fuckers.
Fucking clone, you're gonna fucking die.
Oh shit. Oh, she almost certainly saw me. I'm gonna be really mad if it's not room 1. I've worked too hard. I think the exit's going to be a little tricky too. Biggest problem I have right now is I just need to... I'm not that familiar with this level, so it does mean I struggle a little bit to find...
It's for those fuckers.
Oh, there's Lilia.
Look at them.
That ain't no mannequin. That's not a good sound. Don't mind me.
This isn't a sinking killing. It's just gonna keep happening until you find who did this. Nobody deserves this.
Oh, fuck off.
The guilty party.
Alright, I got a decision ahead of me then. So before I go too much further, I really don't want to have to do all that all over again.
It's one of those fuckers.
So out of everything, the room is the one I'm the most uncertain of. Okay, so Lilia's just hanging out.
Nobody deserves this. Somebody's got to hunt down the guilty party. Now, Daniel, there's somebody on. You got to find who did this. This neighborhood used to be so nice. Then something like this.
So that's one of the ways you can tell that it's the mannequin. You see it occasionally peek around the corner. The problem here is that I need to get the heaters running. This is still freezing. Fuck me. Okay, that's a full bar of health that I just lost there. For some reason I thought that counted as indoors, and that was a costly mistake. There may be another place for me to get health, but I think at this point I want to work with what I have. Okay, so let's just eliminate possibilities. Yeah, so definitely 5 for the bell. Now, I'm going to see if there's even just another headless killer statue.
This could be
Yeah, so there's exactly one mannequin fitting the description, which suggests to me the path I followed was the wrong one.
Oh fuck, it's one of them.
Aha! That was the trick.
They never believe this shit back home.
It's behind the locked door. That sucks because I don't have a lockpick. And I am fully expecting Lilia to be somewhere in here. Oh. No, that's not Lilia. I'm glad she doesn't have peripheral vision. That was terrifying, though.
Oh fuck, it's one of them. Oh fuck, it's one of them.
With God, all things are possible.
So I think this is sufficient to say 6. I really do want to know for sure, though.
Together, we
So yeah, the real problem on this one was the assumption that I made. So I'm gonna say room 6. But we're far enough in this now that I should verify. Yeah. Now I just need to find my way back home. So against my better judgment, I'm actually going to try and do the heat this time. Oh, fuck off! Lily is coming to murder me! Also, sorry, I do get swearier when I play this game. It's not a good feature, but... Alright. Oh, god damn it! I didn't want to jump out of that. Alright. I will get to the end of this, I swear. It's only taken me like twice the average length of the mission. I am expecting the exit to be difficult.
You see that?
This neighborhood used to be so nice. Then something like this. You got to find the killer. Nobody deserves this. Somebody's got to hunt down the guilty party.
Okay.
That's good detective work.
In this case, I'm just hoping nobody saw me run into this. If that's not an A+, I'm gonna be really angry. There we go. 37 minutes, 35 seconds, but we got to the end of it. And we got our daily tasks done, which makes me happy. I think that deserves a cup of coffee.
This look easy. You inspire me. With partners like you, I can just pile on the sadism, the abuse. You're beautiful. I'm going to shower you in humiliation and contempt.
Okay, so I have a few options ahead of me, and I'll leave it open to chat to decide the order in which I do this stuff. So, first of all, I'm going to turn in the dailies. So for weekly tasks, use a health booster, which originally we had when we did the television station. Unfortunately, because I got thrown out of it due to a error, quote unquote. That got reset. Stun 20 enemies with a stun rig. I'm expecting that can happen for any number of reasons. Unlock 15 padlock doors with a jammer rig. Again, as long as I get that done within, like, let's say the next 24 hours, I'm fine. So, you know, like, I can dedicate time towards them, but I expect some of this stuff is going to happen regardless of the, you know, the mission that I pick. I don't mind doing the scavenger stuff. In fact, you'll see that I got some of that done between streams. So I did complete a trial of the special therapy without picking up any rigs. So this one was a really fun one. I did release the prisoners. I managed to get it all done in like one go, not picking up literally anything. But the catch is that it was such a good run. Like I got everything I needed on basically like a straight path out, that I was like, I really can't afford to get the secondary objective, which is why I've got, you know, one, complete the trial of the special therapy at psychosurgery, but I don't get an A+ in the trial of the special therapy. So, you know, like I'll take that, right? That's like four of the seasonal tasks in one go. It's one of the few times I'm actually willing to sort of drop the grade a little bit. But yeah, at some point I need to do it. I expect use a rig in every trial or like get the A+. Those ones will just come with time. Where I can, I want to try and make psychosurgery my like baseline, but sometimes you need to work your way up through difficulties. So in the case of the special therapy, except for Silence the Idol, all of these are ones that I've done at psychosurgery. But yeah, I like when I'm doing the new levels, I got to work my way up. So for the resort, right, I've done intro, solve the murder, standard, just finished intensive, got the A+ in Despoil the Auction, but I need to do what I did there with an A+. But the thing is, right now I don't have any need to do that, you know, tonight. I can do this at any time. So, if you would like to see it, I'm happy to do Silence the Idol. We are going to do it on introductory again, mostly because I want to like take... When I was doing all of these grades, I did sort of a mowing the grass kind of approach where like I do all my introductories and then I like do my standard and then I do my intensive. And that's just... I'm trying to avoid these big difficulty drops so that I relearn bad habits. Now, Silence the Idol will take probably, 45 minutes to an hour, which I don't mind. I'll maybe take a small break before I do that if we move on to that. But there are a couple of other alternatives. So through my gameplay, I've now got the remaining evidence. So we have some extra files on Sister Lilia, Signala HR, Variators, and the American Century, if you would like some lore. And on the lore note, for those of you that would like to see it, I do also have enough rebirth tokens to do the rebirth. That'll get me a lot of XP, which I'm definitely looking forward to. But the other big thing about that one is that it does give me the big finale for that one is to sort of see the purpose of the experiments that are being done in the Signala facility. So, if you want to see what that looks like right away, I can do that. I can probably read the lore ahead of time. Or if there's interest in more gameplay, because I've obviously been chatting quite a bit, I am happy to do Silence the Idol. But again, that would be on introductory, and I'd probably want to take a little break before that. So I'll give people a second just to say if they have any preferences for the next act. And if there isn't any preference, maybe what I will do is silence the idol and then give people the same choice after. I'll also take a quick minute here just because I know one of the challenges I run into is some people say they don't understand the game, and that's the point that I should be explaining, but usually the events tend to catch up with me. So again, you're undergoing these experiments, dismantling your personality, making you very pliable. We cannot allow a mind control gap. It does have some basis in history, but obviously this is a cartoon version of that history. The way the game works mechanically, so you are set up in a trial. You need to achieve certain objectives. The trials are lethal. In fact, there are also situations where the participants are actually set against each other. But you also have some equipment. So the big evil corporation that's behind this is also experimenting with some of its weaponry and tooling. So you get different rigs. I tend to prefer the X-Ray, which just got a rework in this one. But there's a character called Doris, I believe, also known as the Shadowy Dame, and she will, I guess, quote unquote, sell you certain advantages. So I've chosen slippers, which means that if I walk or crouch on broken glass, I won't make any noise. This is a good one, although the challenge is that sometimes I forget. I forget about this one. So if I don't have it, I tend to walk on broken glass as if I'm always silent when I walk on it, which can be a little awkward. Now, I didn't realize how useful one of these amps was until I'd already... So when you do Rebirth, you get to keep one of these forever. It's kind of the way you don't... Your rebirths are not just for prestige. They do confer a small advantage in-game for you. So I originally got a lot of use out of Hide and Breathe, but the one that I think is dominant here is Evasive Maneuver. And you got to see the advantage of that against Sister Lilia. So you notice that whenever she pounced on me, you'd sort of see what looks like an attack animation, but she'd always sort of hop off, and that was specifically because of the Evasive Maneuver ability. If I didn't have that, I would need to use a brick or a bottle to sort of attack her to get her off me, which is something that you get from a prescription. And if you don't have that prescription, then you basically need to mash the left mouse button to stop her from attacking you. There's a similar enemy called a Pouncer, which is my least favorite in the game, and she's kind of like a walking version of that Pouncer. Finally, there's Incognito. So you'll notice I spend a lot of time crouched. Well, in the case of Incognito, your crouched walking speed is enhanced. And again, this is another one where when I play a level that lets me, that removes my amps, I actually forget that I have that speed up, and so I wonder why I'm like so slow when I'm crouching around. Okay, so there wasn't too much in the way of preference for the next activity, so I'm going to take a small break. That's just so I can kind of go to the bathroom and stretch and not be kind of cramped up for the time it takes me to do the long trial. But we'll go back, we'll do Silence the Idol, and depending on how people feel, I'll probably try and do some lore, and then we can finish off with Rebirth. If there's extra time, then maybe I'll do like one of my quickie like constructed trials, but this seems like a decent way of breaking out the time. So I will see you all in a minute or two. Okay, that took longer than I'd planned, but thank you all for your patience. Let me clear out the bots. So I think the best bet here would be, as I mentioned, doing the trial we wanted to do last time and didn't get to the end of. So I'm going to do Silence the Idol. I'm expecting that'll take about an hour, and then hopefully the remaining time I can use on the Rebirth, maybe with some reading in between. But we'll see how it goes, right? Like if it takes me forever to do Silence the Idol, maybe we'll change it up. How you doing, Vanguard Master? I guess you're probably voting in the NDP leadership campaign right now. I'm glad you could take some time out. Hope the game's going well. All right, Silence the Idol. This is going to be introductory difficulty. So I'm not expecting any difficulty, but I do still need to learn the trial. You are the electric eye, the ravenous panopticon that births and consumes with the same razor-toothed orifice. Tear, burn, and crush the face of false charisma, and we will let you out.
Trials give you power.
Step into the shuttle. The trial is ready.
So just taking a minute to move the mic stand.
You are the electric eye, the ravenous panopticon that births and consumes with the same razor-toothed orifice. Tear, burn, and crush the face of false charisma, and we will let you out.
I don't even know if the X-ray counts for the same. Sorry, if the X-ray counts for the same points this way, like it used to, but I don't know. No. The Bob Veneer?
this? My God! Have none of you any secrets? Why? They ruined you filthy shit-stained Vendicant! You're respected, or you die.
Oops. I don't exactly need the health, but I figure I can get a point for using that, so. Oh, right. And then this thing doesn't cause me problems either. So a couple things I want to do here. One, where I can, take out the secondary objective. And then ideally learn the map a little bit better.
He's the who won't kill you. He's too worried about doing right things now. Whatever you do, just don't. I'm scared. I don't like being scared. I'm from Rochester. The doctor said I'm an imbecile, but I can work. I can do lots of stuff. It sounds like, feels like the sun. You're doing something. What are you doing?
So we got C4, M24, J14. Oh, come on, the bad thing hasn't even happened yet.
Oh no! Why is it getting warm? Don't have to do that. I'm totally not TV.
So, this seems like a needless detour, but I'm also trying to find the secret locations. I don't know how easy or hard they are to find. This sounds like it's outdoors. It is. I don't think it hurts to get that sorted. So the thing is that even though this is the easy mode, this doesn't mean I should phone it in. Like, what I want to be doing here is identifying all the paths through the level. Okay, so there's someone on patrol there.
Look at them.
Oh, come on.
It's one of those fuckers.
Just have to hurry up, Waco.
Hex bomb.
Don't have to do this.
Right.
Where is it taking me? I'm going. Just let me sleep over it. No. Whoa. You don't have to hurt me anymore. There's more. Isn't there? I don't want to be a kid.
Right. So camera's on the angle and then the lights in front.
Fucking's moving.
Now, I would have expected that that would have been it. Oh, I see.
Good guy on me is a boy.
G11, B1, O22. Oh right, I gotta load up on batteries here.
Don't wanna be on TV. Let me go home, let me die.
So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be a bit aggressive on this one and go for 4 batteries. As before, if I can put the large batteries in place, that'll help me. Later. But I guess it depends what I find on the path. I mean, the other drawback here is that I'm using the X-ray more. So that's going to translate into a faster path to the objective. Alright, so before I go to the higher level, I think it'd be a good idea to load up on batteries. Let's ease off. Ooh. Definitely closer than I wanted there.
Same result.
Okay, so if I can find a lockpick, that's better. No such lock. Oh, there we go.
You're in flavor country. Won't know what your limits are until you've gone past them. Oh.
So I should look for anything labeled offices. But I'm pretty bad at following directions, so you know. Okay, so offices are through there, but I need to find a pathway. We're at 3 on the propaganda, right? Yes. So I'm going to try not to use the garage door if I can avoid it. I don't have a particular hate for the garage door. It's just more if I can find my way through the level conventionally. The main idea here, so you know, I've kind of talked about how my main goal on some of this is to learn the level. Seems like an office area. Oh, I should be on the lookout for secret rooms as well. This strikes me as a spot where they'd stick one of those. Okay. Sure sounds like the... There it is. A slight change on this one.
I know we are prisoners. I know.
The empty vessel makes the loudest sound. You can't have culture without caging the comer.
Anyway, sorry. So part of this, like I said, is about learning the level. But beyond just sort of getting the layout, if I get an opportunity to learn little details like where the secrets are, right? So things like, okay, hey, there's a, you know, there's the possibility. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, to make your own life.
You're gonna free from it.
Technically, I don't need to find the last battery here, but I don't think it would hurt. Oh, now that's interesting. So I'm curious why that's highlighted. I'm wasting time, but it feels like I should be paying attention to the fact that there's something interesting.
You see that?
Huh. I don't know what to make of it, but one of the funny things is the secret that I solved to get the outfit I'm currently wearing, I actually solved on the intensive difficulty. So I don't know, like I'd prefer it if I spent the time to like think this through, but I'm going to accept that this is maybe something more than I it's more than I can handle right now and more than I feel comfortable sort of running the time for this stream down for, and it's something I'm just going to keep in mind for a future run. Okay, that's also interesting. So it definitely feels like a gooseberry reference here. Okay, actually, here's the other thing I want to keep in mind, though, right? There are just bright spots that appear, right? There may not actually be a meaning. There may not be a meaning beyond. See, the thing is, though, the bars here.
You see that?
Another house call.
Oh, thank you very much, Vanguard Master. Do the nurses tuck you in the home, or? Anyway, no. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by, and I'm sure we will catch up later. Sorry, like I said, I wasn't going to spend time on this, and then I was like, that really feels like there should be something here. But the thing is, I may actually just be reading something into the fact that some of the colors respond a certain way in the I don't know, there's definitely something about the fact that, like,
You see that? Hi.
okay, so that's just a standard animation then. Alright, that's... I feel like this is a step in the wrong direction, but... Let's get back on track, especially because my night vision's starting to run low, so... Okay, so I did say I didn't want to... sorry, I did say I didn't want to use the... Oh. I didn't want to use the, whatchamacallit, the garage door if I could avoid it. There we go. And again, it's not because I think the garage door is inherently bad. It's more the idea that I want to develop good habits as far as finding fast ways to move through the level. Well, okay. Oh, there we go. There's the secret room too. Okay, so we got one there.
You see that?
Oh man, that's mean. Fuck right off.
Everybody hates the poor, especially the poor. I keep bringing your father these scalpels and tapesters.
Oh, it's nothing but that. Can't hurt it.
So where I can, grabbing the throwables. I hate to admit, some of this is just running this down so I can. So the fact of the matter is, I don't like really need the I don't really need the key for this one. Pretty sure there's something to report there. But yeah, like it's hard for me to argue that I desperately need the master key to like do the stuff that I want here, but I believe you do get some points for unlocking locks.
It's one of those fuckers.
And that has the nice bonus of sorry, that carries with it the nice bonus of like it makes the extra time that I'm spending in the level worth it. It basically means that I get a higher score to a limit, and then that just means that I. So I think I gotta go back to the lobby for this. Okay, I'm thinking I need to go into Studio 6 at some point. You saw nothing.
You see that?
She like looked right at me. All right. So it says Studio 3 here. I want to take the time to see if there is a Studio 6. There's a Studio 4. There was a blocked off Studio 5.
It's one of those fuckers.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, I don't know, if there's that blocked off Studio 5. It feels like I should be trying something in... I don't know. We'll see. I definitely feel like there is something...
What now? Leave this dog!
You see that?
Don't! Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, good grief! I don't want to do anymore. Whatever it is, please don't. Stop! Just stop it!
Oh, that doesn't help.
What is that? Help me! Help me! Aurora! Aurora, wait to stop! Don't take the lady away!
Camera left, light right. Oh.
What is this? Oh. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, thank you.
I don't think I've ever reacted that way to a pusher.
Stop! Just stop it!
This could get awkward in a minute.
It's Markov brand. Of course it's safe.
No!
C2. C2H13. Two. M22. All right. I'm actually more than a little pissed off because this is the exact same case where I got hit by an error. So this is not just like, oh, I got unlucky. This is what the fuck. Yep. All right. I am going to take a quick minute here to... I'm going to, first of all, try and keep my cool. And then, second of all, I'm going to see... okay, hotfix patch. Berserker could spawn under the map. Barricades could permanently block doorways. Gonna do a quick search. Oh, this is annoying. I just put the description of the error in, and they're making it really unpleasant to submit bugs here. Sorry for the silence. I'm doing my duty. This is odd. I'm not actually seeing my full list of specs here. Sorry, just one more minute. Okay, can't say I liked that experience, but I've done my civic duty. I think I am quite fed up with. So here's the thing, like, I want to be reasonable about this, but I think if you're going to do like a 45-minute level and it's a roll of the dice as to whether or not you can achieve the goal, I'd just rather not do it. It's particularly frustrating because that's the second time I've gotten the booster. And you know, I now have to do that work again. But moaning about it is not going to fix it, right? So I think I'm trying to decide whether or not I should do some of the lore stuff. Does anyone here want to hear the lore stuff, or should I just go straight for? Should I just go straight for the rebirth? I'm happy either way, or unhappy either way. I'm slightly leaning towards rebirth, but I'll give. Actually, you know what? There were Tim Tams in the grocery store. I'm gonna make myself feel better by having a chocolatey, caramelly biscuit. And if any of you want me to read the lore stuff, speak up now. And if you don't care, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do the rebirth. Otherwise. Okay, I've also looked at the tray of Tim Tams. I really should not have sweets in the house.
Ignore the fictions that limit you.
But this is going to go well with the coffee.
Trust the therapy.
So I'm just going to wash this down and then we'll be good to go. Five relapses. A maniac. Okay. So, when you get 100 rebirth tokens, you get to go here.
You can say what you deserve.
Shit. You actually finished. Okay, hold on. I gotta read this to you. Congratulations. You have completed enough therapy for release into the world. If you can pass a final trial alone, you will earn your freedom. This will cost you your identity, but you will be allowed to keep your achievements. If you agree to these terms, simply walk through the door. I'm hoping that made sense to you. I mean, I'm kind of lost.
You have earned the right to attempt rebirth, but the path you take to rebirth is your choice. Solo rebirth will return you alone to the mansion where your therapy began. Communal rebirth will take you on a mirror image replay of a trial, alone or in a group. Excuse me. A reflection of all we've accomplished here. If you succeed, a new reagent will take your place in the facility. All your current progression is kept. Dr. Hendrik Joliet Easterman. So I've done, as far as I can tell, I've done all the communal rebirths, so we're going to do a solo rebirth. And this is a little harder to explain because it's been so long since I've done the tutorial. But basically the tutorial gives you it's an introduction, it's in a mansion This is you showing up after being brought into the facility. And so this is the same mansion from a different perspective. There's a side of me that could like sort of show what the tutorial looks like, but I don't know if it's really worth the time, so.
The trials are inside you now. If you can survive one final test, you can leave this place. This is the hostile womb from which you must claw your way to freedom, to power, to history. You will be a perfect weapon, the most innocent child ever born. You're the future.
All right, and as before, we've got the reverse.
Delivery. These boxes are totems of your new identity. Your public records, your private life. Deliver them to the proper authorities.
This is the fun part of this one. I actually don't think they do this in any other trial. But it's a neat little feature where you, like, there will be a timer, a small countdown. Okay. Baby club.
3, 2, 1, on.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't announce on Discord too, so I will say I had a disappointment. So I've now had 2K. Remember how last time in Studio 3 for Silence the Idol, the game like crashed out on me? It happened again. And in the same spot. So I submitted a ticket to Red Barrels, but we just had that happen, so wasn't exactly crazy about it. Yeah, really, especially too because I found a second secret room, and so I got my weeklies done until they've take them away from me because I they do that if you
5, 4.
Okay, this will get a little awkward, but let's do our best.
On.
Okay. Actually, that was a wimpy move there. Oh, cool. So you are familiar with the style now. Okay, I and Crown.
Come back, honey.
Ah, gotcha. So I'm kind of curious because you were probably closer to the tutorial than I was at this time, but did you recognize this as the opening mansion? There's a couple of features about it that I failed to recognize until later. All right, this I'll have to do. Find the crown, but
You son of a bitch bastard! Shitbird glowworm hall!
Fuck, it's one of them.
okay, so he's probably gonna scream at me. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Go ahead and run, honey!
So he's gonna hear me if I go get the.
Boy, I found one of you.
I never minded the original X-ray, so I'm kind of getting used to it. I suspect I will like it. Fuck me.
Chicken in a pot! It's a miracle! It's a fucking miracle!
I think in the grand scheme of things, I will embrace them, but right now it's feeling different to me. Different doesn't mean bad, but different's definitely different. Are you still primarily jammer? Yeah, well, I play like only solo, so I suspect this reflects my antisocial style. Oh, this could go bad.
2, 1, on.
Spider. 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 Spider.
These are my second least favorite enemies. Fuck it. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Okay, actually this is good. So yeah, no pressure. Hey, Igor.
Lamb. Lamb. Lamb.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I heard a door being locked. That is incredibly dumb that I had to open and close that. Now, I'm never sure if the word is always in the... So I'm never sure if the last... if it's always on the film side, or if it varies. Oh, come on. Seems like a good time to just... Okay, I can live with that. Usually when they run like that, it means their time's up. I don't know if I want to hop over the edge like this, but...
Who could it be?
Oh, here we go. Oh, I probably can't jump over that. Ooh.
Works like magic.
Okay, I got lucky that they didn't chase me. I mean, I could outrun them. I'm not that worried about it, but not great.
Stomp. They've never believed this shit back home.
Uh-oh. As long as the sound doesn't, or the whatchamacallit, the I'm only slightly mad that I lost a brick off of that, but it is very satisfying to hit the screamer. Okay, so I'm going to operate on the hypothesis that there's always going to be a word in the film part. Yep. Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This could be bad for my health, but I'm gonna go for it. Who the fuck saw me? So it was probably a dumb idea for me to chase Gooseberry through the level, but we're not dead, so... I am slightly worried I haven't seen the film canister yet, though. Is it really here? Crazy. Ooh.
3, 2. It's time to say goodbye, darling. Time to take what you've learned. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. I want to make sure I don't get caught by anything on my way out, but should be pretty steady. Yeah, there we go. So have you seen a single player Rebirth ending yet, E-Corp? Ah! My finger lives! The Reaper is coming! Well, you're about to. But there are different endings. So that's the first I've seen that one. Usually, like, you see the op that you're on. Um, but yeah, so the endings for the single player one are a bit more interactive.
Welcome to the therapy. I'm Dr. Easterman. I want you to think of me as a friend, a father, a confidant. Somehow I can't help but feel like I've met you before. Like a princess in a dream. Maybe this place was made for you, and you for it. Maybe there's no such thing as too healthy. No such thing as too much love. I think you and I may achieve something miraculous.
A reagent has earned their freedom and somebody new must take their place. Choose a new identity. You will lose none of your progression. You have all the same rigs, upgrades, and accumulated trauma. You have lost nothing and still have so much to gain. So I usually just go for whatever the game rolls for me. So
Howdy.
I will at least try and make the voice match.
You okay?
It's a little too deep for this. I don't know if it's because I've been playing a succession of men, why it keeps giving me lady reagents, but that's fine. I am an equal opportunity streamer. And we get to pick an outfit. I won't say no to these. Let's consider that as a possibility. Nuns always work. This might be an interesting one. Trying to think if there's anything seasonal. Wait, what's this one? Oh, right, that's part of the new catalog. I don't know. That one's an option. The paid one that I have is an option. I think I have, but I'll bring them up. I'm trying to decide if I want this one or the. Yeah, we'll go for elegance here. Oh right, no, this is good for random, and then. Right, horse outfits. Apparently, I have. Oh, these ones. I haven't seen these actually. These ones are kind of funny. These I think look kind of neat. Oh, there's another. Oh, the fire horse, right? All right. I'm going to visit... Oh, actually, there's one thing I want to check out. Oh, I need to do more group therapy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 10 new rebirths. Now, Ecorb, question for you, just because I think you're the one who's a bit more active in the chat right now. Would you like to see another trial? I'm happy to do a trial with you if you're inclined. Or would you like me to go through the lore?
I think you're gonna be very happy with that.
Because I haven't read any of that evidence I've gotten yet.
You be careful with that now. There's one born every minute, robbing me. I'm gonna go broke at this rate. Don't tell nobody where you got that. Drop a hot bargain. There's one born every minute. Yeah, fine. Get out of here.
Lore it is. Let me just change the... I'm not necessarily done playing yet, but I'm gonna get what I can. Actually, on top of that, what tasks do I need to do? So, stun, jammer, and the health booster. Actually, you know what? I should do the special therapy. Okay. I'll worry about that later. Lore it is. Sister Lilia. A lovely false messiah. Easterman Journals, March the 6th, 1961. Murkoff Corp. Personnel Surveillance. Copy. Private Journal of Entry of Dr. Hendrik Joliet Easterman. I had orderlies carry Silas Kneasley out of my office. He's sleeping it off in the infirmary. I served him coffee with cream, sugar, and petnobarbital, plied him with Japanese smut, and the man opened up like a spring crocus. A deeply unserious man. If this is what Mount Massive considers security, they're in real trouble. Dr. Wernicke thinks Lilia will create some sort of collective unconscious among the reagents. To a hammer, everything is a nail. To a Jungian, everything is this egregore. Posh. Some spontaneously generated groupthink demigod. It's spiritual communism. What the reagents are seeing in Lilia is an after effect of Amelia. They embraced false hope. Amelia was lovely, a slender girl with a strange confidence. The therapy, guiding them toward inward divinity, primed them to seek a messiah. So, when we took her away, it left a messiah-shaped hole in my reagents' imaginations. And when Lilia arrived, a metal facsimile of a lovely, slender girl with a strange confidence, she slotted right in. The names even rhyme. Revision therapy will cleanse reagents of any lingering illusions of escape and false hope, and it will allow Miss Bogomolova to become the tool she was intended to be. Wernicke's interest, 2 of 2. What about 1 of 2? Yeah. Wernicke's interest, 1 of 2. Murkoff Minutes, March the 6th, 1961. Murkoff Corp. Copy, transcription from a tape conference between H.J. Easterman and Silas Kneasley. Kneasley? Human Resources, Mount Massive, Colorado. Edited for clarity, minutes 3 through 6. It's like a library in here. I've always been a bit of a bookworm. What's this? The Mechanical Bride? Is that about Miss Bogomolova? What? Oh, because of her metal outfit. No, it's a book about advertising. We have a program in development about television. You have an enduring interest in Miss Bogomolova. We said Mount Massive would continue to monitor any related results. Is this for Wernicke? I'm just the courier here, Mr. Easterman. I can't imagine there's any reason you'd be reluctant to share results. We're all on the same team here. Forgive me, I'm a man of science. Curiosity is my primary vice. Hold on. Here's the girl with the coffee. Shouldn't dally. I have a plane to catch. Of course. Thanks for... Ah, damn it. This was supposed to be returned. What's that? Shunga paintings. I have an interest in the Orient. Look at this. Truly fascinating. Yes. Oh my. Fascinating. Cream? Sugar? What? Oh, both. Lots. My goodness. Transcriber notes, Silas Knisley's words become slurred after minute 22. Minutes 34 to 37. Laughter from both. I don't want to judge. Awfully Christian of you. But I mean, is anybody ever really an ex-Nazi? And the stuff he says. Butterflies that bite your nipples. You're joking. You can't make this shit up. So Mount Massive's continuing interest in Miss Bogomolova. It's about the nipples, even if they are brass. Oh, Wernicke doesn't even care about her. Not really. It's everybody around her, the reagents. He thinks they're... Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's like that donkey from Winnie the Pooh, the sad sack. I don't read children's stories. Oh, come on, you know the guy. It'll probably rain. Eeyore, that's it. Igor. Egregor. Wernicke thinks... Well, who knows, Dr. Easterman. Did I say something wrong? Advent files for Knisley, March 4th, 1961. Attention records. Please authorize Silas Knisley, Mount Massive Human Resources, to make copies of records related to Project Messiah and Advent Bogomolova trials. A. Bradley Avellanos. So this feels like I should be reading them in reverse based on the dates. So, Fructuous Mistakes, transcription from a tape of a conference between H.J. Easterman, Moses Scarfiotti, and Silas Knisley, Human Resources, Mount Massive Co. Yes. Minutes 8 through 22. Scarfiotti, containment won't be an issue. We haven't had a prime acid escape a trial environment yet. There was the Amelia incident. A minor event, barely noticeable. On top of the usual precautions, the environments where we'll be running Sister Lilia trials will be surrounded by cold snap atmospheric conditioning. If she attempts to leave the designated area, we'll find her frozen to the ground. Well, all I can do is pass on a warning. Dr. Wernicke insisted I make a point of it, asked me to give you these. We already have Miss Bogomolova's dossier. These are from Wernicke's personal files, copies of the original records of the agent who brought her to Mount Massive 8 years ago. George Nichols. Sorry? I know this man, or I did, almost 20 years ago. Naval intelligence, in the war, in Bern. George stayed in Europe, started working for Central Intelligence. Dulles asked him to investigate Lilia, and he seems to have gotten a little wrapped around the axle. How's George doing? Well, what's left of him only screams when the sedatives wear off. Wernicke asked to be included in record distribution on any therapy involving Lilia. Our work here doesn't intersect with dream therapy. I don't pretend to understand what all gets Wernicke's attention. He said something about miracles, about I need a phrase for it, fructuous mistakes. The Ventriloquists, Easterman Journals, November 6, 1960. Private journal entry of Dr. Hendrik Joliet Easterman. This Knisley fellow strikes me as a deeply unserious man. He comes across as a philandering brush salesman. Makes me doubt they're running a tight ship at Mount Massive. All the better for us if we can take stewardship of, and profit by ownership, of the more provocative patients. This Lilia Bogomolova will be the test case. She has refused to cooperate for an interview, remaining stubbornly silent to all questions. Yet each time I move to leave the room, she mutters at me, somehow throwing her voice so it feels as if she were whispering in my ear. I've yet to understand the words. I suspect it's some foreign tongue. Makes my ears itch, deep inside the canal. Mildly infuriating. There's something about ventriloquism, an intersection between the charismatic powers of Sister Lilia and Mother Gooseberry, a channeling of voices outside their own egos. The primal ventriloquist must subjugate themselves to a more archetypal and unknowable force, to gain power by accepting the primacy of the unreal. God save me from talkative women. Lilia's Charms, A. Bradley Avellanos letters, Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only, copy correspondence between R. Wernicke and A. Bradley Avellanos, heading remove. Miss Avellanos, you've no doubt been kept abreast of the arrival of Lilia Bogomolova at the Signala facility. I communicated every possible precaution through our man Knisley, but feel obligated to tell you directly that Bogomolova is an extraordinarily dangerous patient, capable of subtle and deep manipulation of those in her proximity. But it would be dishonest of me not to admit that the scientific part of my mind burns with curiosity at Lilia's effects on Signala. The powerful, the narcissistic, those driven by an inflated sense of mission and purpose seem especially vulnerable to her curious charms. I don't think I need to draw his attention by writing his name. So if I may, be careful, watch closely, and please do share with me what you can. Rudolf Wernicke. Guided by Voices, Murkoff Minutes, November 27th, 1960. Transcription of tape conference between H.J. Easterman and Moses Scarfiati, minutes 13 to 15. How exactly would Lilia be cheating? That's what I'm asking you. You've seen her in the trials. She's tracking reagents with impossible precision. That's behavior, not architecture, unless there's a flaw in the trial environment design. If she's able to access security cameras, or listen in on communications between observing scientists. Impossible, unless your people put something inside that mask of hers. Again, it's not my department. It doesn't make sense. We've checked everything. A talented hunter, a gifted tracker. It can look like magic, what they glean from the trail their prey leaves behind. Or maybe prayer works. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Maybe God is telling her where to find your reagents. God. The big man up in the clouds. Don't let your Italian blood cloud your mind with superstition. Do you ever listen to the things Lilia says? It's nonsense. Undeniably, but do you ever listen? All right, and this brings us back to where we were before. So I'll try reading them in the reverse order. Signala HR. So it looks like this one. TV is the future. October 14th, 1960. Transcription from tape conference between A. Bradley Avalanos and Jameson Lawler, CIA, edited for clarity. I'm still going to bat for you. You have to understand that. Who gets more results than us? The Gary Powers fuck-up is going to weigh on the wrong side of the ledger until he's out. So what do you want? Outside of a martini, I'm having one. I shouldn't, said the man who would. Remind the brass of everything we added to the Cuban thing. We shaped that specifically for your operation with Lupara. Cuba's heating up. Alan wants to move on Cuba, and quickly. We're not feeling good about Dick. Anything we could do to help? Hey, easy. Cheers. Yeah, cheers. Jeez, Alice, I never know it with you, do I? Tell me how we can help with Dick. We need to get Jack off. This is very clearly phrased a certain way. We need to get Jack off the air. You watch the debate? Good-looking kid, that Kennedy. Too good-looking by half. Made Nixon look like a shaved dachshund. We can help with that. TV's the future. Of politics? Of everything. Let me put together a proposal for you. What kind of proposal? Here's another. Muffled laughter, etc. Yeah, so this is actually, we talked about this when I first tried the TV environment to talk about how the timeline lined up with the Kennedy-Nixon debate. So I was wondering if that's where they were going with this, and it very clearly is. So I'm just going to finish my coffee. TV proposal. Murkoff Minutes, October 17th, 1960. Transcription from tape of conference between Moses Scarfiati and A. Bradley Avalanos, edited for clarity, minutes 3 through 4. Easterman was right. The agency bought the television proposal. Infuriating. The board loves this. 10 years ago, 10% of Americans owned televisions. You know what that is now? 90. Yes, I just hate it when Easterman is right. It's a direct route into the minds of America. Whatever his faults may be, he seems to have his finger on the pulse of this century. He's already written up some proposals. TV Puppets 1 of 2. October 20th, 1960. Murkoff Corp. Transcription from tape of conference between H.J. Easterman and Moses Scarfiati. Edited for clarity, minutes 11 through 17. I thought it would have been Gooseberry. She had a TV studio. Oh man, they addressed this as well. Too obvious. We know the effect Phyllis has on her audience. Have you been watching this Kennedy character? Very charismatic. No. Loud noise. Fist on the table. He's handsome. He's a good speaker, but he's hollow. What you're seeing as charisma is just the fact that he's on television. Avellanos says she's seen him in person, and he's not nearly so striking. She says he seems uncomfortable, addicted to pain pills. Macrocephalic product of Catholicism's limited gene pool. But put him on television and he's sensitive, driven. He seems to be looking into your soul. But he's just looking at his own reflection in the camera lens. That's still a sort of charisma. But the charisma of a beautifully made puppet. Think of it this way. If you put Hitler on TV, you get televised Hitler. And a Hitler is not nothing. You can control half a country with a Hitler. But if you are the man behind the curtain, if you can take two empty puppets and put them on television and make them charismatic, you can create Hitler and anti-Hitler, and then you've got control of the whole damn circus. TV Puppets 2 of 2, minutes 17 through 20. All you're talking about is actors. Getting actors elected to political positions seems unlikely. Okay, so I was going to bring up a J.G. Ballard short piece. I'm definitely bringing that up right now because this is one of the things I really like about the writing on this. Is like, yes, it's a horror game. You don't expect a whole lot out of it. If anybody would like to volunteer, there is another president that is being referred to here very, very clearly, and I'm curious if anybody has a guess. Are you talking about as actors? Getting actors elected to political position seems unlikely. Will Rogers. That's California, a land of fruits and nuts, shuffling of papers. These stages you're proposing, like trials inside trials, studios for different television programs. We create our star, and we move our audience from news to entertainment to opinion. If they believe the news is objective fact, then they'll believe that opinion, presented by the same trustworthy man, is also objective fact. Who's our star? Somebody disposable under plastic veneer. It doesn't matter. The art is of the manipulation from backstage. I see. The Crest twins. I knew you'd get it eventually. So, before I move on to the Variators and the American Century, I'm going to share a J.G. Ballard. I think this one was from the Atrocity Archives, but... Huh. So I'm just trying to find... I think I may have found a copy through... Scribd, but let me see if I can find... Okay, I'm just gonna settle for the... So this look, I think this had a specific look to it before, but I think in this case I'll just read the words and we can work out the rest. All right, why I want to fuck Ronald Reagan. During these assassination fantasies, Ronald Reagan and the conceptual auto disaster. Numerous studies have been conducted upon patients in terminal paresis, GPI, placing Reagan in a series of simulated auto crashes, e.g., multiple pileups, head-on collisions, motorcade attacks. Fantasies of presidential assassinations remained a continuing preoccupation. Subjects showed marked polymorphic fixation on windshields and rear trunk assemblies. Powerful erotic fantasies of an anal sadistic character surrounded the image of the presidential contender. Subjects were required to construct the optimum auto disaster victim by placing a replica of Reagan's head on unretouched photographs of crash fatalities. In 82% of cases, massive rear-end collisions were selected with a preference for expressed fecal matter and rectal hemorrhages. Further tests were conducted to define the optimum model year. These indicate that 3-year model laps with child victims provide the maximum audience excitation, confirmed by manufacturer studies of the optimum auto disaster. It is hoped to construct a rectal modulus of Reagan and the auto disaster of maximized audience arousal. Tallis became increasingly obsessed. Motion picture studies of Ronald Reagan reveal characteristic patterns of facial tonus and musculature associated with homoerotic behavior. The continuing tension of buccal sphincters and the recessive tongue roll tally with earlier studies of facial rigidity, cf. Adolf Hitler, Nixon. Slow-motion cinefilms of campaign speeches exercised a marked erotic effect upon an audience of spastic children. Even with mature adults, the verbal material was found to have minimal effect, as demonstrated by substitution of an edited tape giving diametrically opposed opinions. Parallel films of rectal images revealed a sharp upsurge in anti-Semitic and concentration camp fantasies. With the pudenda of the presidential contender, incidents of orgasms and fantasies of sexual intercourse with Ronald Reagan. Patients were provided with assembly kit photographs of sexual partners during intercourse. In each case, Reagan's face was superimposed on the original partner. Vaginal intercourse with Reagan proved uniformly disappointing, producing orgasms in 2% of subjects. Axillary, buccal, naval, oral, and orbital modes produced proximal erections. The preferred mode of entry overwhelmingly proved to be the rectal. After a preliminary course in anatomy, it was found that a cacum, and I'm really bad at the medical terms, and transverse colon also provided excellent sites for excitation. In an extreme 12% of cases, the simulated anus and post-colostomy surgery generated spontaneous orgasm in 98% of penetrations. Multiple track cinefilms were constructed of Reagan in intercourse during A, campaign speeches, B, rear-end auto collisions with 1 and 3-year model changes, C, with rear exhaust assemblies, D, with Vietnamese child atrocity victims, mediated to him by 1,000 television screens. Sexual fantasies in connection with Ronald Reagan. The genitalia of the presidential contender exercised a continuing fascination. A series of imaginary genitalia were constructed using A, the mouth parts of Jacqueline Kennedy, B, a Cadillac rear exhaust vent, C, the assembly kit prepuce of President Johnson, D, a child victim of sexual assault. In 89% of cases, the constructed genitalia generated a high incidence of self-induced orgasm. Tests indicate the masturbatory nature of the presidential contender's posture. Dolls consisting of plastic models of Reagan's alternate genitalia were found to have a disturbing effect on deprived children. The motion picture studies of Ronald Reagan's hairstyle. Studies were conducted on the marked fascination exercised by the presidential contender's hairstyle. 65% of male subjects made positive connections between the hairstyle and their own pubic hair. A series of optimum hairstyles were constructed, created a scenario of the conceptual orgasm, the conceptual role of Reagan. Fragments of Reagan's cinetized postures were used in the construction of model psychodramas in which the Reagan figure played the role of husband, doctor, insurance salesman, marriage counselor, etc. The failure of these roles to express any meaning reveals the non-functional character of Reagan. Reagan's success, therefore, indicates society's periodic need to reconceptualize its political leaders. Reagan thus appears as a series of posture concepts, basic equations which reformulate the roles of aggression and anality, a unique ontology of violence and disaster. Reagan's personality. The profound anality of the presidential contender may be expected to dominate the United States in the coming years. By contrast, the late J.F. Kennedy remained the prototype of the oral object, usually conceived in pretermittal terms. In further studies, sadistic psychopaths were given the task of devising sex fantasies involving Reagan. Results confirm the probability of presidential figures being perceived primarily in genital terms. The face of L.B. Johnson being perceived primarily, the face of L.B. Johnson is clearly genital in significant appearance. The nasal, prepuse, scrotal jaw, etc. Faces were seen as either circumcised, JFK, Khrushchev, or uncircumcised, LBJ, Adenauer. In assembly kit tests, Reagan's face was uniformly perceived as a penile erection. Patients were encouraged to devise the optimum sex death of Ronald Reagan. So this is obviously a very strange essay, and I actually believe the Wikipedia article gives a little bit of an answer in terms of what the hell is this about, but there are a couple of lines that I wanted to draw out of it, and particularly as relates to what we read before. But I have a feeling the Wikipedia article will actually cover some of this. Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan by J.G. Ballard is a short story written in the style of a scientific report on a series of experiments intended to measure the psychosexual appeal of the Californian politician Ronald Reagan, who then was governor of the state of California and also a candidate for the 1968 Republican presidential nomination, which he lost to Richard Nixon. First published as a pamphlet in 1968 by the Unicorn Bookshop in Brighton, the short story was later republished in The Atrocity Exhibition, 1970, a collection of thematically related short stories. It was later used as part of a prank at the 1980 Republican National Convention, at which Reagan was nominated as president. In the preface to the 1990 edition of the Atrocity Exhibition, the novelist J.G. Ballard said he was impressed and inspired by the phenomena of media politicians who speak for private interests whilst pretending to speak for the public interest, because in his commercials, Reagan used the smooth teleprompter perfect tones of the TV auto salesman to project a political message that was absolutely the reverse of bland and reassuring. A complete discontinuity existed between Reagan's manner and body language, on one hand, and his scarily simplistic right-wing message on the other. Above all, it struck me that Reagan was the first politician to exploit the fact that his TV audience would not be listening too closely, if at all, to what he was saying, and indeed might well assume, from his manner and presentation, that he was saying the exact opposite of the words actually emerging from his mouth. A bookseller who sold the pamphlet edition of the short story, Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, was charged with the crime of public obscenity. In 1970, the Doubleday Publishing House included the pamphlet edition as an appendix to the first U.S. edition of the Atrocity Exhibition, which is a collection of thematically related short stories and condensed novels. Moreover, at the 1980 Republican National Convention in Detroit, Michigan, as a political prank, Ex-Situationists distributed a copy of the short story Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, the cover of which was decorated with the official seal of the Republican Party in order to impress and deceive the delegates of the report's documentary credibility. Ballard said that the political delegates readily accepted the short fiction for what it resembled, a scientific report about the psychological dynamics of the subliminal appeal of the media politician Ronald Reagan, who was proffering himself as a Republican candidate for the national presidency. So there is something, I mean, especially given the fact that this was written in 1968, this, in my view, is actually a very, very sharp insight into what we kind of take. In fact, I would actually go so far as to say not only do we take for granted now, but would maybe be a bit old-fashioned in terms of thinking about politicians. So, you know, when the TV scenario was introduced, particularly after the trailer, I did talk a little bit about how the timeline seemed to be right for the famous debate between JFK and Nixon, and how you know, the anecdote is effectively that if you had watched the televised debate, you sort of felt that JFK had won. Nixon sort of refused makeup, you know, looked shifty and sweaty during the debate. But if you listened to the debate on radio, then you would you thought Nixon had won, that he had better command of the facts and such. So, you know, this is a pretty famous example, I think. But what interests me about the Ballard work, it's obviously a very strange one to read, which is one of the reasons why I like to read the Wikipedia article in line with it, and the specific passage from Ballard sort of saying that, you know, Reagan's demeanor is very different from his statements. And again, I happen to think that that is a sharper insight in terms of television overall. And I think if I go back to the... Was it Signala HR? Right. So having now read Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, let's do TV Puppets 2 of 2. Or actually, we'll do the full speech again, right? I thought it would have been Gooseberry. She had a TV studio. Too obvious. We know the effect Phyllis had on her audience. Have you been watching this Kennedy character? Very charismatic. No! Loud noise. Fist on the table. He's handsome. He's a good speaker, but he's hollow. What you're seeing as charisma is just the fact that he's on television. Avellano says she's seen him in person, and he's not nearly so striking. She says he seems uncomfortable, addicted to pain pills, a macrocephalic product of Catholicism's limited gene pool. But put him on television, and he's sensitive, driven. He seems to be looking into your soul, but he's just looking at his own reflection in a camera lens. That's still a sort of charisma, but the charisma of a beautifully made puppet. Think of it this way. If you put Hitler on TV, you get televised Hitler, and a Hitler is not nothing. You can control half a country with a Hitler. But if you put the man behind the curtain, but if you are the man behind the curtain, if you can take two empty puppets and put them on television and make them charismatic, you can create Hitler and anti-Hitler, and then you've got control of the whole damn circus. All you're talking about is actors, getting actors elected to political position. Seems unlikely. Will Rogers. That's California, a land of fruits and nuts, shuffling of papers. These stages you're proposing, like trials inside of trials, studios, for different television programs. We create our star, we move our audience from news to entertainment to opinion. If they believe the news is objective fact, then they'll believe that opinion, presented by the same trustworthy man, is also objective fact. Who's our star? Somebody disposable under a plastic veneer. It doesn't matter. The art is in the manipulation of the backstage. Ah, I see. The Crest twins. I knew you would get it eventually. So again, much the same way that, you know, the writing has the wordplay, right? We need to get Jack off and Dick. You know, there's references to actors, there's references to California. This is paving the way for Reagan, right? And especially if you are familiar with the J.G. Ballard pamphlet. Like, to me, there is no other destination for this. And to a certain extent, you can almost see him as that sort of conclusion of Easterman's project. You can sort of see him as the the final form of this project here. I always feel a little weird going on about contemporary political issues, but on the other hand, I think the fact that people are miserable about it, or people, will get, mad about it, isn't a really good reason not to talk about it. Like, I think the condition is that you hopefully have something interesting, or at the very least, original to say. So I do think there's something, when you consider a politician like Obama, very largely considered to sort of be a social media president, somebody who really took advantage of that new form of communication. It's interesting that I think, at least by popular imagination, that is considered to be a largely benign example of it, right? That it was a good thing, and that I think if you are someone who believes that, then chances are you do not find his successor to be benign. In fact, you find him malign. And it's really interesting because there is a way of looking at Donald Trump as a political candidate as almost an anti-Obama. And I'm not just talking about what seems to be sort of a personal animosity towards him, right? I think there is something to be said if you take a look at the obsession with the Nobel Prize, right? That really does seem to be the fact that, one president got one, the other one didn't. That's the only possible way that I can read that. There's lots that you can do with it, and I just don't always find that as interesting of a conversation. But if you think of just the social media element of it, right, there is actually, as silly as it sounds, there is actually more similarity in terms of those political operations than I think a lot of people grant it credit for. And this is one of the reasons why I say it's nice to not to get too scared about talking about political issues, because there's one, I'm not going to say it's unimportant, but it's one that people will usually do a whole lot, which is something along the lines of, this thing here is really terrible, and I will go or sometimes this thing is really great. I actually don't even think those are bad conversations to have, but those are probably examples of ones that are very often being had. And those are also ones where when people disagree, they're likely going to just be, stuck in their positions. They will potentially talk past each other. And I think that in addition to that conversation, which again, I don't necessarily want to say is a bad one or an unimportant one to have, there is a more mechanical one, which is independent of the actual issues. And again, I can easily see that I know there will be some people who will find what I just said there before as almost like deliberately provocative, and certainly I'm not above being a bit of a troll on these things. But I do actually think that there is some value in looking at that sort of stuff, trying to get a bit deeper on it, and independent of your individual values and who you would necessarily vote for or like. Obviously, I'm Canadian, so I don't vote for any of these politicians. But I do think there is a way of getting a better understanding of what's happening if you are able to try and detach yourself a little bit from this. Take a look. Again, a bit like the Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan pamphlet, because I would say, at least based on the description from J.G. Ballard, it definitely doesn't sound like he is necessarily a fan of Reagan's policies. However, I would argue that Ballard probably had a really good idea of what made Reagan such a successful politician long before most people did. And so, I don't know, again, I might be reading a little bit too much into this, but it is very hard for me not to look at this particular section here as not just being a reflection of the Kennedy-Nixon one, but that effectively what it's indicating here is that Easterman is effectively working out a roadmap to around the 1980s. And of course, there are some other interesting implications about that, right? Things like the Iran-Contra scandal and so on and so forth. Like, you can kind of see how you have like Murkoff ascendant during those periods, and some of the scandals of that era easily tap into that. Although I have no idea if they'll do like a Outlast Trials 2 or whatever and do everything in like neon and an 80s style. So anyways, hopefully that wasn't too tedious for people, but I figured that particular short story is not something most people will encounter, and I thought it would be at least an interesting spin to put on that particular article, or a bit of lore. All right, Variators, Beyond Invasion, Murkoff Minutes, March 24th, 1961. Transcriptions from a tape of conference between A. Bradley Avalanos and H.J. Easterman, edited for clarity, minutes 26 to 33. He might still die of wounds. The fact it failed isn't the problem. It's the fact it happened in the first place. We had reagents in the field, but on the side of the Imam. I don't know anything about Yemen. There was an assassination attempt on the Imam. We had agents there, but they weren't responsible. The board feels that it's illustrating a gap in our services. Counter-operations. You mean, what, bodyguards? Nothing so pedestrian. More flexibly applicable assets. We're creating tools that can be applied against civilians and traditional military targets, but they're significantly less effective against other agents. So we created invasion therapy. I think we need to go further. How do you mean? I leave the details to you. What I'm saying is the board identified a market. You have a budget to apply to a program here if you've got something. I have an idea already. I knew you would. Revision therapy. Biohazard hardened. A. Bradley Avalanos letters, March 25th, 1961. Murkoff Corp. Interorganizational letters only. Attention Moses Scarfiati. We're pleased to report that work has been completed on biohazard waste disposal. All known exits have been sealed and trial-level surveillance installed throughout. Construction costs for erecting execution devices exceeded estimates by 40% due to the difficulty of delivery and working conditions. See attached budget report for details. Revision therapy. Murkoff Memorandums, April 1st, 1961. Heading removed. The board has authorized revision therapy to be opened under strict confidentiality. Test results are to be kept within the Signala facility. Any inquiries from Mount Massive, Los Alamos, or agency partners should be reported to Dr. Easterman immediately. Revision Conception, Easterman Journals, February 17th, 1961. Private journal entry of Dr. Hendrik Joliet Easterman. Enough. I've let Amelia distract me for too long. She lingers in my reagents' imaginations. Even after all we've done to demonstrate her helplessness, they imagine she will roll back to the stone of her... she will roll back the... roll back to the stone of her tomb? I guess it kind of makes sense, but... roll back to the stone of her tomb, etc. You can lead a pervert to therapy, but you can't make them change. They have to choose change. They have to change themselves. I cannot destroy Amelia for them. They have to destroy Amelia themselves. And the American Century. Bay of Pigs. Bay of Pigs Prelude. Murkoff Minutes, April 10th, 1961. Transcription from a tape of conference between A. Bradley Avalanos and Jameson Lawler, edited for clarity. The Soviets know it's going to happen. You're sure? We've got the date, Playa Giron, the whole thing. You're calling it off? No. The information stopped at Bissell. Kennedy doesn't know how it's going to stay that way. We're keeping things siloed. Dulles is hell-bent on Zapata. You can't imagine how much he hates Castro. So what are you doing here, looking like you pissed on a rug? Isn't it obvious? Hell, Alice, I'll just say it. We're calling back the Cuba reagents. Your team isn't part of the operation. You don't even have to ask. Murkoff held up its end of the contract. Everything will be paid out. Think you can pull it off without us? We've got 1,500 Cuban exile backed by a squad of marauders. This should be seen as a Cuban effort. And the leak to the Soviets spooked Allen. We're tightening ranks. Wait, you don't think the security breach came from within Murkoff? I don't know, Alice. This is coming from above my pay grade. They said something about you having a Soviet asset on site. It's a bad call. Murkoff's got more invested in Cuba than just an agency contract. What? What does that mean? It's above your pay grade. Bay of Pigs Aftermath. A. Bradley Avalanos letters, April 20th, 1961. Private correspondence between A. Bradley Avalanos and Jameson Lawler. Dear Jameson, congratulations on your Cuban adventure. I'm so sorry our assets couldn't have been there to enjoy all the sand and sun with your brave revolutionaries. I hope they weren't missed. Tell your friends at the agency to keep an eye on Algeria in the coming days, and do give us a call if you need anything. DBNR, A. Bradley Avalanos. All right, there's your lore. I don't know if you're still around, Decor, but did you... I can't remember if you've done Escape or not. If you haven't and you would like to join in, I am happy to bring you along. Otherwise, I'm debating on what I want to do. I'm thinking I should probably take a jammer rig or stun rig. And I do think I'd like to do the special therapy. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't matter which rig I use. Yeah, let's try the special therapy. And I'll do release the prisoners, I think. So let's try and do the one where it's use one of every rig.
If it goes down and reset the trial, you can head to the shuttle.
Oh right, I don't get my amp either. Actually, it just occurred to me I don't need to do the special therapy to... Alright, doesn't matter.
You are the hand of freedom. When you release others, you will find release yourself. Unlock them. We will forgive you and let you out.
So I am going to try and get an A+ on this one, so that'll mean the secondary objective and not taking too much damage, etc. Obviously, if I die, then the goal becomes try to get the other challenges done. I'm also really late. I'm already half an hour over, but it feels a little weird to finish on lore stuff, especially after subjecting you to the J.D. Ballard story, so we'll do what we can, see if I can knock out the use one of every rig at the very least. The reason I'm focusing on release the prisoners is just it's arguably the one I can do the fastest. Although... I keep forgetting I don't have the... Nope. I almost tried to slide there. That would have been bad. Okay. Ooh, okay, good. I believe for my weeklies it's going to be padlocked doors. So even though this is helpful, this is the one I need. That's not a good noise. So again, part of this is just getting the... So if I can get the secondary objective done, that puts me in a good position for the... there we go. Hang on. Yeah, so I can safely ignore the mechanical components for the rest of the level. And that means I get to focus on rigs. Oh boy. Yeah, that's not gonna go well for me. Remembering I'm trying to keep it, get an A+ on this, so healing is important. And until I get healing, not taking damage.
It's one of those fuckers.
Okay. That's gonna make noise, but... Ooh, that doesn't help me. So I'm being a little overly cautious just because of the,
Space between me.
That's... Somebody... So again, on psychosurgery, this is still basically a kill. Don't like this sound. Oh my god, not another one of these. So yeah, the tricky one here is just to try and get every single one of the rigs. I think I'm slightly inclined to go through this part. Oh, not good. Oh. I was too much of a baby there. So again, where I can, scouring the level because I'm still looking for rigs. But of course, if it feels like I'm about to take unnecessary damage, I need to stop the foolishness and... It's a slightly concerning noise, but... So part of the trick here is just to check all of the bodies for the different rigs, even though it drains some of my battery. There is a slight advantage to doing this on psychosurgery because I'm able to collect batteries. So I'm mildly tempted to take the lockpick. I was hoping to grab another lockpick, but at least this gives me a hiding spot. So again, part of this is just, it's not really about optimal play. This is really this is me about me trying to find as many rigs as I can. Might as well get the extra points while I'm at it. Not clear to me that there's something on the other end there. Okay, let's go for it. So the drawback here is that until I know I've used every rig, I kind of have to go to the other sections. I also know in an ideal world I don't waste too much time around here because I have a draining battery. I was scared for a moment that was a I was scared for a moment that that was one of the night hunters. So again, this is a little reckless. I don't necessarily need this stuff, but on the other hand, it does get me extra score. Oh, he's gonna see me. So, I feel like throwing the stun was the right call there. Fuck! This is gonna be tight. Oh, I think I'm fucked. Oh my god, I didn't get the key. Fuck, 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 fuck. No. Game over. That feels so bad. For some reason I thought I took the key. So I lost my A+ doing that. But that doesn't... Oh, that feels so bad that was just hanging right there. This does, however, free me to do some more reckless stuff. So as long as I pass this, I'm gonna get my 2 of 3 psychosurgery. Oh man, did I really... Okay, well this doesn't help, but...
I just want what's mine.
But yeah, so like, hey, Papa Scorp. I did a dumb thing, and so presumably lost an A+ for this level. But I'm trying to take it in stride. I can't believe I didn't use this. Ooh. Yeah, anyway, did something dumb. Will lose part of my score for that error. But it potentially opens. So I've done a mine, I've done a stun, I've done a, sorry, it was mine, stun, mine, stun, and barricade.
Sometimes wonder if you're just misbehaving because you like him.
So I'm trying to do one of everything. Okay, there's a night hunter in an inconvenient place.
I see you, I'm gonna let you die.
So yeah, the thing I was originally trying to do there with Henrietta was run to the main security room so that I could lock her out, completely failing to appreciate that I didn't have the key. And I don't know if I saw the... I don't know if I had seen the location for the key and assumed that I had it, or if I just was guessing. But, like I said, it was a boneheaded move. I own it. Like, there's absolutely nothing the game did to sabotage me there. That was my ignorance of the situation. It just feels bad. I wanted to try and get a little more. But obviously not at the expense of this is my home now. Anyways, how have you been, Papa Scorp? I'm actually very, very late tonight.
You can't hide. You sure can't hide from man. Works like magic.
But I figured I might as well try and get another.
Bird of prey.
Might try and get another reward in.
It's like
Another barricade?
Can't get away from me.
sure is bright in here.
Yeah. Stupid you look. It's too easy.
So I'm just gonna let him do his thing.
These things.
So in this case, I might as well take it, right? But problem is, it doesn't really help me right now.
Hey, you, come here!
So, I was not expecting him to just go running through the... running through the braid area.
It's one of those fuckers.
I don't exactly want to damage myself, but I believe the condition is just use. Adrenaline would be nice for the... Ooh. Not great. But what I'll do is I'll just check out this area, see if there's anything good for me. And if there isn't, I make my way out. So figure I'll just creep around in the in this little side area here. I don't necessarily want to crawl back through that hole unless I have to, but again, I'm looking for spare rigs I can use. Speaking of, not what I need. Oh, that I do. So I'm trying to take a internal inventory of the stuff I've used. So heal, blind, barrier, sorry, heal, mine, barrier, X-ray, stun. There's definitely one I'm missing. Oh, did I use every single one of these? Yep, okay.
It's like waking up in reverse. You come out. Don't make sense for a fella to chase a dying animal. You go on and bleed out, honey.
So, I mean, I do have a couple of options here, right?
That I can't reach on my own.
One is to go into that other section and see if I can get an advantage through doing more like mechanical stuff.
Those communists. Let's give him a chance to report to the man and find out.
What that basically is a hope for is getting enough of a score to make up for the death. And I will be honest, I actually think that's a really good way for me to waste time without something to show for it. So I'm going to accept that I'm probably not going to get an A+ on this. And my focus instead is going to be on so I'm just going to wait until I hear the alarm go. I kind of need to preserve stamina here. I think this is too cautious, though. A coil might be waiting for me around the corner. Holy hell! This is tough.
I got a bad fucking news for you, buddy. Bunko.
So I still need to hit the button. I was really hoping I'd find a lockpick that would help. I'm wasting too much time here, but I really want to drop off the thing in the drop box now. Might get a chance to hide somewhere good. Okay, let's go for it. I don't think anybody saw me. Alright, let's see what the score is when I die once. That was very unexpected, but I'm happy about it. So, Papa Scorp, I know you just joined. I was originally going to wrap up, but I might be able to sneak in another quick run if you would like to see some more of this. I'm going to be a little cheesy in terms of pursuing certain goals, because my main trial didn't work out. Let's see, let me just take a quick minute here and go to my room. Don't want to keep you up. You're always up for more? Okay, I think I can do one more. There's one that I can do really quickly. So there's a couple things I'm doing here. I'm at level 75 for my character. What I'm doing for... so I need to finish my weekly tasks within a day. There's a couple... Oh! It's padlock doors with a jammer rig. Okay, that's good to know, actually. So there's a handful of things that I want to try and do with the weeklies here. One of them is use the health booster, stun 20 enemies with a stun rig. That one I can do pretty easily. And then unlock 15 padlock doors with a jammer rig. So I'm hanging on to the scavenger ones because it's 24 days, right? So it's very likely that I'm going to have another relapse. In order to get to 8 tasks of the special therapy, I need to do one more trial in psychosurgery, and for that, I just need to complete it, and then get an A+ in 3 trials of the special therapy. Now, I normally try to make psychosurgery my default. And then the other one is just to do trials of the special therapy. So the idea here, and of course I need to do 3 more of these to get. So the idea is that by the end of the 24 days, I'm going to have all of these, but I'm going to be able to bank all of that XP for my next relapse. I don't know if there's any benefit to hanging on to it, but it's nice to have a nice big stack of XP to take advantage of on a new character. But what I'm looking to do here, because my pressing concern is to get the weekly tasks done, here I want to try and get the health booster and the 15 padlock doors. Now, health boosters I'm quote-unquote guaranteed to get in like the main trial. I've in fact got it twice in the television studio. The drawback is that the television studio on 2 occasions now has crashed while I've been doing it. I really do not want to do it again until I am guaranteed not to have that problem. And then, for any of these, right, like it's fun to do Kill the Snitch. It's fun, all the trials, like, you play this game because the game is fun, but like I don't want to spend 45 minutes to get one task, right? That's not a very efficient use of my time. Now, on the other hand, right, if it takes me 15 minutes to do a trial, like maybe it isn't actually that big of a... Maybe it isn't that big of a deal, because like I'm not guaranteed to get this. I'm not guaranteed to get this one fast. But what I've got here is this little. There's one that I've got here that I call Destroy the Prisoners. What it does is it has all the features of a psychosurgery run without the. Like, it doesn't have some of the things that make psychosurgery difficult to finish tasks. So the extended timer on the secondary isn't there. I have all my inventory slots. So the idea here is that if I need to do 8 more padlock doors, this run is reasonably close to meeting that condition. And by the way, 3 million reagents. That feels like a very large number of special operatives to have running around the world. But yeah, anyway, so the idea here is that this is something that is trying to retain the difficulty that I want to keep as my default, while also still allowing me to get through the stuff that I want.
The course of justice.
Like without waiting too long.
Find the bodies and grind them to slurry, and we will let you out.
So this is a level I know pretty well. I mean, the big thing about it is just I've done it a lot, and the structure of the level makes it that it's relatively easy to get through quickly. Alright, so battery booster isn't something I need. That's fine, I'll get through it. In fact, maybe I'll even do a second round of this. So I can do the... so I can do the stun. Actually, what I should have done was there's a variator on locked doors that I can do. Anyways, let's see how quickly I can get this one done. So we've got heart, crown, and fire! So because I've got all my amps and such back, sorry, my amps are back, and prescriptions. I don't need to worry about knocking down doors in as many hits and such. I'm probably over-indexing on lockpicks. That is the reason I'm using this one. Just wanted an excuse to grab the brick. Not my most elegant work, but I'm alive. I don't know who or how they saw me, but... I'm gonna have to kick that down. This is actually relatively slow by my standards for this particular level, but I am looking for doors to unlock. You see nothing. Sadly, I have only succeeded in making them more... The funny thing is they were walking away from where I wanted them to be. Alright, there we go. Now, come on! It is slightly annoying to see them just sort of wander around in the same area, because it's... I mean, I guess in that other map I was doing, there's that worry that maybe you're losing Oh, that's right. They can hear me when I talk. Yeah, so I guess there's like a small cost in having to wait around with them, but I don't actually find that I don't find that like a constraint with teeth. Eh, eh, eh. It doesn't sound like Henrietta, so... Moon! Oh, fuck off! I threw the brick! That second one I screwed up because I threw it behind them, but... I definitely feel salty about that brick, though. Now, I've apparently really screwed up here because I thought I checked all the spots for... Oh, wait, no, there's one more. So I probably just wasted a bunch of resources for no reason. And it's specifically the locked area I didn't check out. No, not there. Okay, let's double check. Okay, definitely not something in there. Don't think I'm gonna need it, but... So I should double check this area here. There we go. Okay, I am a bit lucky they didn't hunt me down. So, looking for the crown here. In addition to looking for the crown, this could be Henrietta? No. That I'm fine with, because I'll double back. So again, some of this is reckless, but it's reckless with a design of trying to find some more locks to unlock. If I can make it so that I don't need to take the jammer on the next one, I am 6 away, so pretty unlikely. But yeah, if I can make it so I don't need to worry about the jammer, then that just means I can do the next round with the stun. The original sin was not... So I went for like a standard... okay. I went for a standard psychosurgery run, but what I should have done was... Yikes! Yeah, I went for a standard psychosurgery run, which doesn't guarantee as many locked doors.
Comes to me. Always nothing.
Okay, that's gonna be someone who can see me. So I'm just going to take the long way around so that I don't need to worry about the picture. Don't mind me. So sadly, I'm just at a point where I've run out of locked doors. Like, there's no possible way I'm gonna run into, what, 4 more locked doors? Well, okay, like 4 is within the realm of possibility, but it's like I'm on the last third of the level, so it would have to be an extremely lucky break for me to... Yeah, I can't even say it's lucky. Like, normally I don't want to have locked doors, but... Sure have a lot of pouncers, though. Okay, there's the objective. I'm going to take a couple of peeks in certain parts of the level to see if I can turn that into... Let's see if I can turn that into another door unlock. Nope. I'm also going to switch to bricks for the end of the level. This could be a dumb move, but... Eh. This is probably going to be locked. Don't mind me.
The trial shuttle has arrived.
See, I didn't get the A+ that I wanted. I'm wondering, do I want to try and do a lockdown version? Yeah, that was like par time, which is bad for this particular one. I may even do 2 more. Again, stun rig is probably the easiest one. It's funny how chill watching this game can feel despite all the horrors. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I used to be a little bit better at this. So like when I was playing Amnesia and like the base like Outlast games, I guess Soma to a limited extent as well, but I don't necessarily feel like Soma is the scariest game. Like I don't feel the intention is to scare you for Soma.
I know a teacher isn't supposed to love a student, but I can't help myself. You're wonderful.
But I guess the thing for me is that like there is no shortage of people who can do the whole like freak out at the horror game style of streaming, and that is like that's not intended to be some sort of like backhanded, you know, oh those, you know, that lesser kind of stream. Like people obviously like that, and so, you know, who am I to say they shouldn't watch that sort of stuff, right? But it's not my style. So, you know, as much as I can. Some people have said actually that they like when I do horror games because, you know, there's the reassuring Canadian accent as you see the terrible stuff going on. And yeah, you know, you don't like, you're able to enjoy the ride without, you know, having to shut off the screen or whatever people do when they...
You cannot allow evidence to determine the course of justice.
Excuse me.
Corpus delicti. Find the bodies and grind them to slurry, and we will let you out.
Yeah, like you don't have to worry, like is the big one. Now again, like I said, there's occasionally, especially when there's something like silly going on, like I will sort of yell or be goofy about it. I don't know if the stream's any better for me doing that or not, but I don't know. I think in that case it's a little bit easier for me to... Actually, I will say I do sometimes lose my patience with this game a little more than I want, but I don't know. For the most part, like it's fine. Like it's an enjoyable game. For the most part, like I don't quite find games to be the sort of thing that really puts me on edge. It's not a... Oh, there we go. That was much needed. I'm gonna have a slight preference to lockpicks until I get the padlock objective done. I'll maybe like keep one bottle just in case.
Must be present to proceed.
Yeah. Least favorite enemy in the game. Yoink. I'm not seeing a whole lot of padlocked doors. High trust facility. There we go. I should probably grab a throwable. Okay, not great. Crap. They light up the area. Okay, we're good. A couple seconds. I've already got the objective down, so it's really just a matter of putting the padlocks and calling it a day. There. On to the next one. So the real slowdown for this is the fact that I don't have the recharges. I was kind of hoping that there would be more. I guess I could have gotten rid of the healing. For now, I'm just going to settle for looking for the club. Okay, there's the 15 doors. So any other doors at this point are just an obstruction. Club, not spade. I can make her throw up. Oh, man. I wanted to vault over the... Huh. Okay, I think I know where the... Run for your lives. Oh, thought I was going to be there. Oops. Alright, I won't lie, I'm a little perplexed in terms of where that key is. I think I missed an obvious step somewhere. I don't believe any of the keys spawn in this area. But then if... if everything worked according to plan. Maybe a doctor? A pusher? definitely not one there.
Hey man, relax. Come to spray for vermin.
And I walked right by that.
Let me help.
Oops. All right, a little longer than I had planned, but we'll get the star and we'll run away. This is also the point I should start switching out. Okay, the heart doesn't help me. I should be switching out lockpicks for throwables, preferably bricks, but not exclusively. I'm going to do something a little reckless here. Oh boy!
Can't hide from... Here it comes!
Oops! Almost made it. Ah, crap. Okay, this is actually gonna hurt. Oh wait, no, I've got escape, so...
Isn't this pretty?
It gives us a little something to think about. He could have rocked my world and that would have been game over. I do at some point need to find healing. Oh, there's the healing. A mouth harp. I will say that's the first I've heard that, but that does not mean that it's wrong. Okay. Oh, full. Oh, that's right, because I used the bandages. Sorry, not paying attention. Huh. So now I'm going to be thinking about the mouth harp each time. Probably a bad idea for me to do those oh, hang on. There's one fairly important place I haven't looked, but I'm gonna go to the obvious places first. Yeah, there we go. I had a pretty full day. I'll be honest, one of my plans for this evening was to try and get a little more work in because I was on a roll when I wrapped up at work. But I don't know, I wasn't expecting to start as late as I did, and then obviously here I'm running later, which I'm happy to do. Like, that's not a complaint by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, it's the times are piling up, so probably not a good idea for me to... That's not a great place for the pusher to go, but... Ah, crap. Ooh. Whee!
Here we go to grandfather's house.
Okay, works for me. But yeah, so needless to say, I will not be sneaking off onto my work laptop to get a head start on next week. Apparently there is there's a mode you can add to the screen to like see your light and sound and stamina. Feels a little like cheating though. Not cheating, but like, I don't know. I'm not... I'm not always crazy about how it interprets some of the... Yeah, it's not quite that. Like, they are intended to convey some information to the player, but I think... I don't know. I sort of feel like if it's a base option, I don't exactly want to go. I don't know if this is the immersive... I can't imagine it's the immersive mode that I'm playing, because presumably... like, it wouldn't show you anything. I'm curious, actually. I'm just going to see what the settings look like.
Perfection. Tomorrow's wars will be endless and quiet, and we will win them with silent weapons like you.
Yeah, so they kind of communicate that through the, alright, let's change the loadouts. So stun, back to incognito. Yeah, so stun rig's the last thing that I need for the week. Actually, how many stuns do I need? 3. Probably too much to expect that I can do the special therapy with it. I will do one more, because I kind of want to see how quickly I can do that. But let's take a look here. Standard. Okay, so standard and immersive way to play. All accessibility options are active on accessible. Immersive, the most immersive and challenging way to play. Okay, you know what? I'll probably regret this, but... Oh, okay. It's, yeah. So, off, 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 off. Inventory auto hide. Let's give it a shot. I don't really know if I want to keep it that way, but I'm doing something familiar, so so what I will do though is I'll change this from, I mean, it would be interesting if I did padlock doors, but again, the intention here is to try and make this as much like psychosurgery as I can.
The trial is who you are inside.
But this will be the last one for the evening. Mostly I just want to see if I notice the difference. Because, like, it's not like... Alright, I'll just wait for the briefing to go by.
You cannot allow evidence to determine the course of justice. Corpus delicti. Find the bodies and grind them to slurry, and we will let you out.
You know, messing with the UI, like, I don't know. I don't really feel the need to sort of declare myself John Gamerson, the player of games. Like, I don't, like, obviously I play on psychosurgery, but it's not like a bragging rights thing. It's just, it's sort of how I would like to try and engage with the game. If I wanted maximum challenge, I wouldn't be doing this reasonably comfortable task. Mind you, this is about filling in tasks, so maybe that's not a good example. Clearly, I'm missing a poster. There we go. What have I got? Let's get a third lockpick. Yeah, I don't know. The absence of the...
All reagents must be present.
The absence of the targeting isn't completely killing it for me. Alright, moon, fire, spade. As is my way, I've only... John Outlast, yes. It is I.
You can't hide, you sure can't hide from the man with the X-ray eye.
So a smarter thing for me to do is to stay in the light.
God, these things.
You think I'm deaf?
Okay, good start. So I need one more propaganda poster. Oh. But I also need multiple stuns. That's not a good sound. This is why I bring lockpicks. If I can throw the stun near where the padlock is, that's ideal. Probably not happening that way, though. That's really more because I can than out of necessity. But I am killing a little time to recharge my stun. So if I play on the normal psychosurgery... Bunny? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can't wait for the game to have a bottle throwing mechanic, but instead of making all NPCs go after the bottle, it'll be like, who the fuck threw that, and start patrolling. Yeah, some other people... Actually, it may have been you, now that I think of it, Papa Score, but some people have been remarking on the lack of object permanence on the part of the X-Pops, but I do think that is somewhat... I mean, like, so mechanically, it just makes for a more interesting game, right? Like, but, like, I think... I do believe the game is sort of set up to explain that the X-Pop... Like, there is a distinction between the reagents and the X-Pops, and the X-Pops behave that way. And it is one of the things that makes them distinct and, like, less suitable to be reagents. Okay. I should have just thrown the... I believe it counts as a stun if I throw this thing at them. Alright, so I'm going for the moon. I will never feel bad about that one. Diamonds. I don't exactly need the respawn pills, but you never know. Don't know if this is a smart call, but... Biggest thing I'm nervous about here is any of the night hunters. So again, switching to bricks over bottles if I can. The moon. I also think I see evidence. Oh, I forgot to get the last propaganda poster. Okay, so yes, there was evidence there. This is actually one of the first times I almost had to delay the finish because I didn't complete the secondary objective. It would be slightly amusing if they just closed the door on me early. Yeah, so that's a little bit closer to what I would expect to do there. And again, like, the game is definitely more than just grinding experience and things like that, but every once in a while, I don't know, like, the one that really gets me is when it's like a daily and it says complete 3 trials. And I'm like, no, I am not, like, dedicating 45 minutes, or like some of the psychosurgery ones take me half an hour. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to take the length of, like, a good movie from the 70s, back when they knew actually how to make stuff that respected your time. You know, I'm not going to take a short feature length film to...
You learn beautifully. You may be my ideal student, my inspiration, a gift to science. I think you are a perfect masochist.
You know, to get a handful of experience and tickets. So, generally, Cancel the Autopsy is one I find is not that hard for me to get through in good time. And then again, I just try and keep myself honest by putting the features that make psychosurgery challenging for me without, without extending the timers. So, overall plan for, I mean, let's be real. I'm going to have to get these handed in. I'm not going to get to level 100 by the end of the week. How do I feel? I didn't notice the difference that much. I know there's like the targeting icon that like went away, but I don't know. For the most part, I sort of felt like I was interacting with stuff roughly the way I was expecting to. So I didn't miss the stuff that was removed from it. So good Lord, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, no, it was fine. I don't know if it enhanced it that much more, but we'll see. I guess the real question will be how many more like bricks and bottles I'm gonna miss as a result of this. So yeah, just to reiterate the plan. So I'm sitting on a bunch of scavenger stuff. This is because I expect by the end of 24 days to have another relapse, so I can use these to give myself a bit of a head start in when I start to level 1 again. I will wait till tomorrow to do another batch of dailies and that. But I don't know. Like, the nice thing about something like Scavenger is, you know, these are ideal for me in the sense that it's a decent amount of time, right? Like, I have 3 weeks to do 9 trials of the special therapy. And that means that I get to do stuff like, you know, oh, okay, I am going to go on psychosurgery. And sure, I do release the prisoners because it's one I feel reasonably comfortable doing. And, you know, like, it's, I know I can do that in, like, good time. But if I want, right, like, it's like, okay, yeah, let's give Solve the Murder a try. Or like, hey, I know I struggle a bit with Fumigate the Factory, but I bet I can get the, you know, the health I need before that becomes relevant. Like, any of these here, I feel like I could do in a reasonable, if I wanted to make that my daily, I could probably get it done. And then the question is just, do I find the, you know, the challenge of the special therapy to be sufficient to, you know, to merit doing some of those other levels? Usually the answer, like, sometimes the answer to that's yes. Normally the answer to that would be no in this case, because I still want to do psychosurgery, Solve the Murder. And at some point I want to do Silence the Idol, but I think I'm actually going to have to see a patch note that specifically declares that that specific trial has been fixed. I really do not feel like I can... Like, I basically, I'm just going to stop. There was a while where there was like a regular therapy or whatever, which is just unpleasant to play. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to, like, I'll wait till the next season comes up. And like, that was this week where the new season came up. So like, I didn't have to wait long. But I know if I like do another trial length thing and like well into the progress of the trial, I run into an error that like kicks me out and loses all of that progress, I'll easily like walk away from this game for a month. Or I might even like, I don't know what it would take for me to like uninstall it, but like I 100%, if I run into something like that again in the television station, I don't think I'm going to be relaxed about it. So, you know, it's not a bad idea in life to not do things that annoy you. So, so I have other stuff that I can spend my time on. Like normally I would be working my way up in the television studio, but the resort, I've got one more psychosurgery to do, and then for Escape the Lies, I need to do intensive and then psychosurgery. So there's like three more trials I can do without doing scavenger, and then I don't know if I'm feeling like doing more scavenger. I can hop into that and not feel like I'm under a lot of pressure to get these tasks done. Like if I don't get this stuff done within 3 weeks, it's because I just didn't feel like trying. And then on top of that, right, rebirth more reagents. We'll get to 40 by the time I get the newspapers I'm looking for. And then at some point I can come back to escalation therapy. I could have done that for the stuns, but I wasn't guaranteed to complete it, so I left it there. Anyway, I'm done, especially given the hour that it is. So thank you all for, hanging out. I hope that was not a waste of your time. Let's find someone to host if there is anyone online. Oh, Katako's online. All right. Let us raid Katako, who is enjoying Resident Evil 4. Katako is an Australian broadcaster, has been enjoying an influx of people through either her YouTube outreach or just generally, I don't know. She had a job that was really kind of a drag for her for a while, and so I'm happy that she's been seeing a bit more success in terms of Twitch. Where I can, it's nice to give the support where I can. But yes, I hope you all have a good evening or morning, depending on where you are. I'm definitely going to get some sleep. I will try and record some Book of Hours videos over the weekend, and then I should be back on Monday, possibly for Uncle Chomp's Rocket Chomp, but we'll see how I feel. I feel like I should maybe try and do some more focused games. But I think I'll probably, because I got through the lore, I think I'll probably put Outlast on the shelf for a bit, unless you all want to see it more. I'll probably keep that as a Discord game, and then maybe I should start something a little more regular. That's something for me to think about on the weekend. All right. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Have a good night. See you in the next one. Take care.